America, you hit the lottery, 100%. And I guarantee you, the other 7 billion people in this world would give anything to take the place of any of us, from the poorest to the richest. My new granddaughter of just 2 weeks, Rosie Grace, if there's any one thing I can teach her as a grandfather, it's the value of hard work and determination. There's nothing that takes the place of that, nothing. With a strong work ethic and a commitment to excellence, opportunities will open up for her or anybody to live a happy, successful life, and that's all a grandfather like me now can ask for. Hard work and determination. So what kind of message is it that if we're teaching our young people that they are victims of their circumstances and the American dream is only for people who have a certain skin color? That's the opposite of the American dream. But Democrats don't care one bit about that, not one bit. I've listened to it for 4 years. Obama started a horrible trend that Democrats carry on to this day. He used racism to divide the Americans and politically enrich themselves. Look at the money they've made. The woke mind virus has taken hold of them. They've lost their ever-loving mind. They'd rather promise racism and promote it, sexism, divisiveness, than support solutions that empower, unify, or uplift our country and our people. Democrats are obsessed with hating this country and tearing it apart. They want a different United States of America. Doesn't matter if it is anything that's pro-American or pro-traditional values. It doesn't matter. Democrats will attack it, and demonize us for supporting it. These people have zero respect for human life. They have known their true colors in the past. They have shown their true colors in the past few years, ever since Roe Wade was overturned, which sent abortion back to the states where it could be voted on by the people instead of politicians. They have raised Cain. Since then, Democrat politicians have said the quiet part out loud, admitting that they think there should be no limits to abortion. How can you believe that? That means that they're okay with aborting a baby at 9 months of pregnancy. Former Virginia Governor Ralph Norman, a Democrat, said that he supports post-afterbirth abortions. Are you kidding me? And other Democrats, like Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, remember him? Flash in the pan, signed a law to allow abortions after birth. Signed a law in Minnesota, abortions after birth. What do they do with that? They cut these babies up and sell the body parts. It's never talked about too much, is it? Can you believe that this is who the Democrats picked as their vice presidential candidate? I can believe it. That means that in Minnesota, a doctor can kill a baby after he or she is born right there on the delivery table. It's evil, and it's absolutely sick. But it isn't just babies Democrats have no respect for. They also have gone out of the way to attack women and girls. Just last week, every single Democrat in this body voted against my bill to protect women and girls in sports. Oh, we've got to give these transitional boys an opportunity to participate, really? How about giving fairness to young girls and women the opportunity to compete at a level that they're in? Give them an opportunity, not to play for second or third, but play for first. How about that? The woke mind virus has struck again. Democrats who claim to be pro-women would rather protect a few transgender people than protect the millions of women and girls who make up half of this country. Oh, we got to be nice. We got to be nice to everybody. No, we need a mental health program in this country. It's what we need. Democrats who claim to be pro-women would rather protect a few transgender people than protect the entire country of women and girls. It's backwards, it's disgusting, it's downright wrong. You'd have to be dumber than a box of rocks to celebrate this, but that's what they did. They celebrated the handful of transgenders participating in women. Oh, we knocked it down because it was supported by Donald Trump, who wrote out an executive order protecting women and girls. Thank you, President Trump. By the way, 79% of Americans and 67% of Democrats support that men do not compete against women. Huge majority. But every single one of my Democrat colleagues went against their constituents and voted against this common sense bill to protect women and men out of women's sports. Democrats, basically, are hypocrites, big time. They claim to be pro-woman, but allow men to dress up as women and take rights away from actual women. When we saw this firsthand during the Biden administration, when they had actual drag shows at the White House, made me sick at my stomach. But the hypocrisy doesn't end there. Democrats celebrate when Hamas protectors violently attack Jewish students, but they demonize and imprison pro-life activists who peacefully protest outside an abortion clinic. Whose side are you on? Democrat colleagues say they are pro-choice, but choose and lose their minds if a parent dares to ask a question about vaccines, for instance. I mean, they go off the deep end. We talk about vaccines. They claim they are the party of decency. Really? Tolerance. Are you kidding me? But turn a blind eye to multiple Democratic mayors being arrested of being pedophiles. Yes, that's what I said, pedophiles. The former Democrat mayor of University Park, Maryland, was arrested and charged in 2024 with 28 counts of possessing and soliciting child pornography. In jail, 24. Mayor, right down the street. The year before, 2023, a different Democrat mayor was the one from College Park, Maryland, pleaded guilty to 140 counts of possessing and distributing child sexual abuse images. Mayor, leader, Democrat, believes in the way of life for the Democratic Party, a pedophile. So, 2 Democratic mayors in Maryland have been arrested in the past 2 years for pedophilia. You can't make it up. The woke mind virus strikes again. I've yet to hear a single floor speech from my Maryland Democratic colleagues about this catastrophe. A leader caught doing this. They don't care. It doesn't bother them. They seem to find plenty of time to criticize President Trump every time he breathes, but they don't worry about pedophilia. How about we all speak out about it? I have yet to see them take the time to condemn multiple elected officials from their state who have been arrested and contributed to all this child pornography. It's sad, but we shouldn't be surprised. Democrats only pretend to care about the oppressed or the most vulnerable among when it benefits their agenda. After all, it was Democrats in the states like California and Washington who introduced bills to change the term, the name of it, sex offenders, to minor attracted persons. Well, you're not a sex offender anymore. If you beat up a little child, molest a child, you're a minor attracted persons. We don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, okay? So what a joke. It makes me sick again in my stomach. If it wasn't for the re-election of President Trump on November the 5th, I really don't know whether we'd have made it. Our country was headed straight to the gutter. Straight to the gutter. I mean, just listen to all this. It makes no sense. Now we have common sense, trying to get common sense back into our country. We have to push for it. Thanks to President Trump and the ideas he's brought back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. This administration is working around the clock to get this woke crap out of our government. Our military, out. Classrooms, out. Get back to teaching our kids. President Trump is committed to abolishing the U.S. Department of Education, a federal agency that has failed our students for the past 40 years that I've been in education, and especially under Joe Biden and Barack Obama. President Trump believes, and is correct, that our young people are the country's most important, precious commodity that we have. They are the future. He understands that under President Biden, the Department of Education allowed radical left-wing teachers to push radical, hateful ideologies onto our kids. We don't need opinion teaching. We need to teach reading, writing, math, science, and history. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with giving them a chance? Because they have ruined the lives of thousands of young people because they've indoctrinated them. You had drag shows that were being performed recently in elementary schools. I mean, in my day, you'd have been arrested for that. Woke anti-American curriculum taught kids to hate each other. Actually in classroom, teaching them, hey, you hate them because of who they are, where they're from, what skin color they are, absolutely a crime. Schools help children secretly transition genders behind the parents' back. Oh, you want to transition? You're 8 years old, don't tell your parents, we'll get it all set up for you. Mind-boggling. The woke mind virus has struck again. All of this, by the way, on the taxpayer's dime. You're paying for it. Meanwhile, we're 26th in the world in math, we're 6th in reading. That's simply not good enough for the most powerful country in the world. When I coached and recruited, I was shocked if anybody was over a 9th grade reading level. That's everybody. I don't care what color, where they're from, urban, rural. If you can't read, you can't learn. If you can't learn, you're going to end up working for somebody or just scraping to try to make a living. But instead of teaching our kids to read and write, the Department of Education under Joe Biden became ground zero for woke indoctrination. All they were concerned about was bowing to the teachers' unions. You heard that, teachers' unions. Teaching our kids to hate this country, its government, our Constitution, and each other. What are we doing? Thankful President Trump is sending education back to the states where it belongs. I've advocated this for the last 20 years. Just this week, the Department of Education announced it was firing more than 1,000 people right down the street. Thank goodness. They hadn't been doing anything. They've been working from home. And what they do, we can do it back in the States a lot better, and we can use that money to educate kids. What an idea. Good, the Federal Department of Education needs to be completely shut down. It's not done yet, but we just got started. I've been saying it for a long time. We can't have a one-size-fits-all, top-down approach to education. You know, I'm from Alabama. We teach kids a little bit different because we're a different environment. Rural areas, 60%, farmers, agriculture, and all those things. We don't teach the same things as you would teach in Chicago or New York. Send it back to the states, let them control it, let them teach our kids to have a chance in the future. Each child is totally different. You know, the federal government can't do that. I hadn't figured out in my 4 years here yet what we can do. But at least we're figuring out, hey, this not working here, close it down, quit spending money and send it back to the states. Which is why President Trump's plan to empower the states makes all the sense in the world. But of course, Democrats don't believe in common sense. They are the only concerned about we have to control this. Because they know that if they don't control education is the number one thing we have in this country going for us. If you take that away, everything else goes. If they can't control education, they won't be able to infect the minds of all these young kids across the country. They want them to think that the Constitution's bad, that government is really bad, that their parents are bad, that you ought to listen to us. You know, a spoonful of common sense goes a long way. So let me sum this up for you. Merit-based hiring is the only way to make a business successful, merit-based. When I coached, I had to win games or I was gone. I didn't care who they were when they played for me. I didn't care whether rich, poor, rural, urban, black, white. It didn't make me a dime of difference. Put the best ones on the field. They were going to earn it. That's how this country should be run. But that's the difference between my Republican side and my colleagues on the left. They want everything given. It ain't gonna work, folks. We're not gonna have the country we had the opportunity to grow up in if we continue down that path. So merit-based, men are men, women are women. Men cannot get pregnant, by the way. I know they can tell you that all they want, but I learned that very, very young in life, but evidently my Democratic colleagues didn't learn that. Protecting women and girls in sports is the right thing to do. Allowing elementary schoolers with undeveloped brains to get irreversible sex change procedures makes absolutely no sense. It's evil and sadistic. Teaching kids to hate each other based on what they look like, folks, that's racist. And that's exactly the direction that the Biden administration was going. Children shouldn't be forced to watch drag shows. If you're an adult, you can do what you want in this country, but forcing this woke agenda on kids is downright wrong. Making taxpayers pay for abortions in the military, wrong. It's against the law, but they did it anyway. I fought it for a year. I lost out in the end, but you know what? It was worth the fight. Pedophilia is straight from the pit of hell. And no, these aren't minor attracted persons. These creeps, they're criminals, and they're sick in the head. And I thank God every day for President Trump and the return of common sense in this country. Hope some of my Democrat colleagues will wake up to how the past 4 years of this woke ideology has poisoned our country, and especially our young people. Folks, we got a long way to go, long way to go. Our future is in the hands of our kids. Let's give that future back to our kids. Let's educate them, put them on the right track, teach them the Constitution, teach them that we have a higher being in God. Put that back in our schools. What a thought that would be. But stay away from our young kids and let them have a chance to develop. I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, a lot has changed in Washington, D.C. in the last 6 weeks. That is an understatement, perhaps. But one of the things that President Trump has done is shifted the Overton window when it comes to the People's Republic of China. Years ago, when the Clinton administration invited China to join the World Trade Organization, the idea behind that was that somehow Communist China would change with being part of the rules-based international order. Well, of course, we know China doesn't follow the rules and has taken advantage of the United States for decades. But under President Trump, that will no longer be the case. For example, last month, the White House announced its America First investment policy, which will be critical for holding China to account. One of the avenues that China has exploited to gain the upper economic hand is through both inbound and outbound flows of capital. By investing in U.S. companies, the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party can obtain access to intellectual property and know-how. And of course, they have no shame. Again, they don't play by the rules. They are not afraid to cheat or steal our technology, if it's possible. On the other side of the coin, U.S. investments from the United States are flowing into China and have for a long time. In 2020, one estimate was that the market value of U.S. investments in China were valued at more than $1 trillion. Now, the reason why that's important is that China has used that investment to build their economy and their military. It's allowed them to advance technologies that one day might be used against the United States. So I'm very glad that President Trump, by his executive order, has brought this issue from the back burner to the front. It's no secret to any of my colleagues that I've been working on this issue for a while now. I was proud to partner with President Trump during his first administration to update CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. This interagency committee reviews foreign investments and real estate transactions to determine whether they pose any security risks for the United States. Through the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act, or what was known as FIRMA, we strengthened it and modernized CFIUS to rise to the occasion of new threats coming from the People's Republic of China. The President's first American investment policy builds on this by directing CFIUS to restrict PRC investments in U.S. tech, agriculture, energy, raw materials, and more. But as Chinese companies get richer and richer from American investment, it's clear restricting inbound investment is not enough. We need to prevent the People's Republic of China from using capital investments by the United States to gain access to and copy our technological advances, and most importantly, in certain critical sectors. As of 2023, the United States and investors were investing close to $2 billion in Chinese critical technology sectors, including semiconductors, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence. A report from the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission noted that, quote, the United States is the most important foreign source of investment to semiconductors, quantum computing, and AI in China. Let me say that again. The United States is the most important foreign source of investment in China to semiconductors, quantum computing, and AI. So it's these investments, which are largely opaque to we as policymakers, that are helping China basically compete with us. And we know, of course, it's not just about economic competition. We know that China has a strategy of military-civil fusion which means that these investments are not simply benefiting China's economy and consumer tech sector, they are directly helping build China's military strength. It's not too dramatic to say that as I stand here, US dollars are funding the development of technologies that could one day be used against Americans, potentially even to kill Americans or American troops. Inbound and outbound investments are simply two sides of the same coin. We can't be giving away all of our intellectual property and our incredible innovation for Chinese companies to copy at will. And we can't be giving them the capital to recreate our ideas or reverse engineer and then use them against us. How can we expect to outcompete our most significant competitor on the world stage if we're sending billions of dollars directly into their arsenal? President Trump has been a great partner with Congress on ending this exploitive relationship with China. Again, this is not dealing with another country on the basis of good faith and a knowledge that everybody is operating from the same set of rules and norms. China does not. And we've recognized that more recently, but it's important to reemphasize because some people, I think, still naively assume that China operates by the same rules that the United States does. So I'm glad the President is as excited as I am to finish the job that we started with CFIUS reform. Today, I'm proud to announce I'm introducing legislation to finally tackle this issue called the Foreign Investment Guardrails to Help Thwart China Act, or the acronym is FIGHT China. 2 years ago, I sponsored an amendment to the NDAA requiring transparency for these outbound investments. It passed the Senate overwhelmingly with a final bipartisan vote of 91-6. We don't see many votes here in the Senate these days where there's such strong bipartisan support, so I'm grateful for that. Regrettably, even in the face of such overwhelming consensus, this amendment did not make its way into the final version of the bill for reasons I won't dwell on now, but as my colleagues can attest, I'm not one to give up easily, and this issue is simply too important to American national security to take no for an answer. So I've continued to work with great partners in the House and the Senate and the Trump administration to continue to make progress on this and bring us to where we are today. The legislation we're introducing today has been the culmination of years' work, and I believe it's stronger as a result of the input and the collaboration that's occurred. The Fight China Act will establish a program at the Department of Treasury to prohibit U.S. investments in certain sensitive technologies in the PRC. Now, some people may say, well, if you stop all U.S.-based investment in China, that's a big problem. But we're not talking about that. I could care less how many Starbucks or Burger Kings are built in China. It only addresses certain of the most sensitive technologies. These include advanced semiconductors, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and hypersonics. And of course, all of these have a military application. So this is not just an economic question, this is a national security issue. We know all of these critical industries directly support the Chinese military. And this is a military that's been instructed by President Xi to be ready to invade Taiwan or to absorb Taiwan one way or another, either by force or by coercion by 2027. It's simply foolish to continue to send money to fuel these technologies that could be used perhaps in the next few years against the United States and our allies. This legislation would require a notification regime to require more transparency around investments that are not prohibited. You know, as long as we are blind to how much money is being invested in China and in what technology and what sectors it's being invested in, we as policymakers can't do our job. And the administration can't do its job, which is primarily to keep our country safe and the American people safe. This legislation will authorize the President to impose sanctions against any PRC entity that engages in PRC military or intelligence sectors. I want to express my gratitude to our colleagues, people like Senators Cortez Masto, Warren, Banks, Lotkin, Ricketts, Bennett, Hagerty, Kim, McCormick, Schumer, Sullivan, and Fetterman, and others for their partnership on this legislation. I especially want to recognize the chairman of the Banking Committee that has principal jurisdiction over this subject matter, Senator Tim Scott, and thank him for working with me and co-sponsoring this legislation. Last but not least, President Trump has been a great partner to see this project to the finish line. Everything we are doing here is working hand in glove with the administration to ensure that the People's Republic of China is not allowed to meddle with the United States under the guise of simply doing business. But time is running short. We know China, as I said, has an interest in reincorporating Taiwan as early as 2027, not 2 years from now. Now is not the time to continue to allow them access to copy all of our work, and particularly the most sensitive areas, nor is it a time to allow them to continue to benefit from U.S. investment dollars now that they are no longer a developing country, but they are one of the most advanced economies in the world and certainly a rising military power. We know that China, Iran, and Russia have conducted joint naval drills in the Middle East called the Maritime Security Belt 2025. These exercises took place in the Gulf of Oman near the strategic Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which a fifth of all crude oil traded in the world passes. This is an ominous sign. And we know that they're strengthening their cooperation together in a way to undermine and challenge the West, including the United States. The last thing the United States should be doing is to join this cooperation by investing in the Chinese military. And that includes not just the government of the United States, but all Americans and American businesses and investors. So the President has been right to highlight this growing threat, and I look forward to continuing to work with President Trump and Secretary Bessent to ensure that U.S. dollars no longer are able to help build the Chinese military and line the pockets of the country that's working to undermine the international rules-based order and the United States first and foremost. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
The Senate is in a quorum call.
Asked to officiate the quorum.
Without objection, proceed.
Mr. President, just last week in my home state of North Carolina, narcotics investigators from the Iredell County Sheriff's Office and the Gaston Police Department seized 5 pounds of fentanyl that was in possession of an illegal alien. It was enough to kill over 1 million people. That's nothing short of a weapon of mass destruction. Now, the reality is that's not just a public health crisis. It's a nightmare that is destroying families, shattering communities, and devastating our country. On average, 9 North Carolinians die every single day from fentanyl overdoses. Enough fentanyl claims nearly 200 lives across every day. Fentanyl claims 200 lives across our country. And just last year, this silent killer took more than 70,000 Americans. But they're not just numbers. These are sons and daughters, their parents and siblings. These are our friends and our neighbors. These are people who should be living full, meaningful lives, but instead have become statistics. So let's put this into perspective. Just 2 milligrams of fentanyl, similar to 7 grains of salt, it's enough to kill a person. Just if it's a sugar packet and you pour it in your morning coffee and it were to be filled with fentanyl, it could take the lives of 500 people. The quantity equal to a sugar packet. Now, if it was a standard 4-pound bag of granulated sugar, the kind that we all have in our pantries, if it were filled with fentanyl, it would wipe out 905,000 individuals. This deadly drug, it's flooding our communities, and it's not by accident. When I talk to law enforcement across all 100 counties in North Carolina, I repeatedly hear the same alarming message. Every single county is a border county. Now, North Carolina is roughly 1,000 miles from the southern border, yet the fentanyl pouring into our country, it knows no distance and no boundaries. This is a direct consequence of the Biden administration's reckless open border policies that allowed the drug cartels to exploit our immigration system and to flood our communities with illegal drugs. President Trump, however, is taking necessary steps to restore our border, restore order, and dismantle the criminal networks profiting off of human suffering. But the consequences of President Biden's open borders and lack of action to mitigate the fentanyl crisis in our country remain the deadly reality facing our communities every day. This was not just a failure of policy by the previous administration. It was a betrayal of the American people to put political agendas over our public safety. Now, even in the face of these staggering losses, Democrats continue to block bipartisan efforts to dismantle the criminal networks fueling the crisis. They refuse to support measures that would cut off the supply, crack down on traffickers, and strengthen our border security. So I ask my colleagues, how many more lives are you willing to sacrifice before standing up and saying enough? We can't afford to turn a blind eye to the sobering reality and traumatic consequences of this crisis. We need to make our streets safer, and we need to do it right now. That's why I proudly stand with my colleague, Senator Cassidy, in supporting the HALT Fentanyl Act. It's a common sense, bipartisan legislation that will give law enforcement the tools they need to close loopholes and stop criminals from evading the law by simply doing 2 things. First, permanently classifying fentanyl and related substances under Schedule 1. And second, increasing the sentences for fentanyl traffickers. This bill has already passed the House with strong bipartisan support, and now it's time for the Senate to do the same. So let's secure our streets, let's stop the flow of fentanyl, let's protect the American people, and let's do it before another innocent life is lost. I yield the floor. Mr. President,
Senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Kessler nomination.
Without objection.
President,
Senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled roll call vote occur immediately.
Without objection. The question is on the nomination.
The yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk shall call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Budd, Hyde-Smith, Mullen, and Schmidt. Senators voting in the negative: Kelly and Rosen. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schumer? No. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Heinrich, No. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. No. Ms. Hirono, no.
Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Miss Smith. Miss Smith,
Have been going to golf camp.
no.
Sundays.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse,
What's that?
no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds,
went to golf
aye.
camp
Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch,
For a week.
no.
We've been doing this
Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks,
program.
aye.
There.
Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no.
I haven't.
Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye.
Were they all gentlemen?
Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no.
He's pretty good.
Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jeffrey Kessler of Virginia to be Under Secretary of Commerce for Industry and Security, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Jeffrey Kessler of Virginia to be Undersecretary of Commerce for Industry and Security shall be brought to a close? The ayes and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to discuss the House continuing resolution that will be before this body over the next couple of days. And I want to begin by talking about a Senate Armed Services Committee meeting that we had yesterday morning at 9:30 a.m. So for all paying attention, the House acted on a continuing resolution on Tuesday night. The budget deadline is at the end of the day Friday, and it takes two houses to do a budget. But what happened is when the House acted on their portion of it, they decided to leave town. They thought it would just be great if they just left town before the budget was even done. And they sent us a, quote, continuing resolution that would be unprecedented because it would mean that the government of the United States would have operated not under a traditional appropriations bill, but instead under a CR for the entire year. To those who don't do the Washington speak, what's the difference between a CR and a real appropriations budget? The way I describe it is this: if you're driving a vehicle, you want to drive by looking through the windshield. Where you are going, that's what the budget does. You budget for the year ahead of you based upon the facts on the ground, the realities in the world, the priorities that you've embraced, the challenges that you'll face. That's what a budget is supposed to do. When you operate under a continuing resolution, you're driving by looking in the rearview mirror. You're instead embracing decisions that were made a while ago and just saying, well, we can't even reach an accord about going forward, so let's instead let's do what we did last month, let's do what we did last year, because we are unable to reach an agreement. A continuing resolution has been somewhat normal for a couple of months. If we don't reach a budget deal by September 30, it's pretty normal that we do a CR through the end of the calendar year. But in every year that I've been here, Congress has been able to, at some point, find not the backward-looking CR, but the forward-looking appropriations bill, put it in place so that we are spending money based on the priorities that are important right now. What's pending before the Senate now is not that forward-looking budget. Instead, it's this vehicle that has come over from the House that would, for the first time, have us not budgeting based on the windshield, but instead driving by what's in the rearview mirror. We had a Armed Services Committee hearing yesterday, and it was a hearing that was called by the Readiness Subcommittee, on which I sit. Readiness looks at this very important metric: how ready are the different branches of the American military to fight tomorrow if we need to? And we have this hearing every year, and we usually invite to the hearing the vice service chiefs of each of the service branches. So instead of the service chief of the Navy, the deputy, Vice Admiral Kilby, we'll invite the deputy of all the branches, and they come and they talk to us about how they measure readiness and where we stand. And they were all before us yesterday in a hearing that was chaired by Alaska Senator Sullivan, with the ranking member, Hawaii Senator Hirono, and a number of others there at the hearing. Now remember, it had just been 12 hours before that the House had passed the continuing resolution. And so folks were aware of what was on the table in this hearing yesterday morning. And what did our military leadership say to us about the continuing resolution that we are going to be asked to vote on in the next day or so? Well, let me just read a couple of quotes from the military leaders. Admiral Kilby: consistent and predictable funding is foundational to our improvement efforts. The Navy will need to make hard choices this year if we are operating under a full-year continuing resolution. And so I asked him this question. I'm just going to read the exchange that I had to him. Admiral Kilby, I think you testified in your open testimony that under a CR, 1/5 of our ships will miss their maintenance schedule. Did I hear that right? Admiral Kilby said, specifically 11 ships those maintenance availabilities are at risk. I followed up. Okay, so we want to get to 80% ready on ships and subs. Where are we now? Admiral Kilby said, depending on the day, around 67%. I then said, what will 1/5 of ships missing their maintenance schedule under the CR, what will that do to our quest to get to 80% readiness for ships and subs? Admiral Kilby, it'll certainly be a setback. We'll take a penalty there. And all of the other vice service chiefs said the same thing on behalf of the Marines and the Air Force and the Space Force and the Army. Operating under a full-year CR will hurt readiness, will hurt our national security. This is what the Pentagon is telling us about the bill we're going to be voting on in the next day or so. But it wasn't just the military leaders who said that. The chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee, Senator Sullivan, the CR from a readiness standpoint, I think that none of this is helpful. He described the frequent use of CRs as, quote, a failure on the part of Congress. And then my friend and colleague, who was the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Senator Wicker, here is what he said about the bill that we're going to vote on in the next couple of days. I will say this about the fact that this is the first year-long CR for the Department of Defense. This is a shame on our process, and it is not in keeping with what the founders intended. This is the chairman, the Republican chairman of the Senate Armed Service Committee's opinion about what a year-long CR will do to our national security. So why are we going to vote for it? Why are we taking it up and rushing to pass it? When our military leadership says it's a bad idea, and when the chairman of the Armed Services Committee says it's a bad idea, why would we contemplate it? Well, Senator Sullivan sort of hinted at it when he said it's better than a shutdown, but those are not the options. This was a hearing Wednesday morning at 9:30 in the morning. The budget deadline is not till the end of the day Friday. We don't have to accept that it's either a security-damaging continuing resolution or a shutdown, because we're the Senate of the United States. There is an attitude among senators here that because the House came up with a partisan bill and sent it to us and then decided to skip town Tuesday night, that we just have to go along. I thought the Senate was an independent branch of Congress. I thought the Senate was the greatest deliberative body in the world. I don't think the Speaker of the House is the czar of the Senate. And when he sends us a continuing resolution 3 days before a budget deadline and then leaves town, I don't think the Senate of the United States is bound to follow his wishes. Instead, we should do our own jobs and do the right thing for the country. If the Armed Services Chair says this hurts defense, then let's get it right. If the chairman of the Readiness Subcommittee says the CR hurts defense, then let's get it right. And the good news, Mr. President, is we have an opportunity to get it right. It is not completely clear as I stand on the floor, but it looks likely that there could be a vote today or tomorrow on an alternative that I'll call the getting it right alternative. What is the getting it right alternative? We would extend the current spending level for 30 days and then finish the budget. We would decide we don't want to drive looking in the rearview mirror. We want to drive looking in the windshield. And we would get an appropriations deal that wouldn't hurt our readiness. And I'm just talking about one priority. I could have other colleagues stand here and talk about how this CR hurts education priorities, health priorities, mental health priorities, transportation priorities, emergency response. We don't have to accept that, and frankly, to earn the label U.S. Senator, we shouldn't accept it. We should do the get it right alternative. And the get it right alternative, which has been proposed by Senator Murray and others, is to do a simple 30-day extension of existing spending, no amendments, no adjustments, no anomalies, no quirks for 30 days, and then get an appropriations deal done that can pass this body and pass the House, and we can do it. We're very, very close. I'm not on the Appropriations Committee, but in my discussions with appropriators, they say we're extremely close, we can do this, and we should. And so, Mr. President, I'll just urge my colleagues, as you contemplate a vote on this House CR that, in my view, does great damage to many priorities, you don't just have to go along with the House work product, especially when they show disrespect to the Senate by skipping town Tuesday night, thinking that they could jam us by doing so. You don't have to go along with a work product that even the chairman of the Armed Services Committee says hurts our national readiness. You don't have to go along with a work product when Pentagon officials who have made this their lives look at us and tell us this will hurt national security. There's a better strategy, and we should embrace it. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, over the past 2 months, we have seen chaos unleashed across our country as Donald Trump and Elon Musk take a chainsaw to our federal government, firing thousands of federal workers en masse with no explanation. More firings to come. I suspect by the time they're through, if they are ever through, hundreds of thousands of federal employees will be fired. Rather than making government more efficient, these indiscriminate cuts are gutting our government from the inside out, effectively eliminating crucial programs and offices. And while Republicans shamefully paint hardworking federal workers as faceless bureaucrats, we know that our federal workers do important work. From ensuring Social Security checks go out to providing care for veterans and so much more. And ever since, and every state has individual federal employees doing critical work, often work that goes unseen. In Hawaii, for example, Fish and Wildlife Service employees are responsible for keeping invasive species out of our state. Once invasive species arrive in our islands, it is often impossible to eradicate them. That is why the work of these employees are so important. Last month, the Trump administration fired a Fish and Wildlife Service employee whose job was to keep one particular invasive species, the brown tree snake, out of our state. You can see, Mr. President, it is pretty ferocious. This picture depicts a brown tree snake eating a bird whole. Native to Australia, Indonesia, and Papua New Guinea, the brown tree snake was accidentally introduced to Guam during World War II and has been wreaking havoc on that island ever since. One of the most destructive invasive species in the world, the brown tree snake is responsible for the extinction of at least a dozen animal species in Guam, including many of the island's forest-dwelling birds and native lizards. But the snake didn't stop at birds and lizards. It also went after Guam's native bats, domestic poultry, even pets. As its population grew, the brown tree snake began invading power facilities, causing short circuits and frequent power outages. To this day, brown tree snakes cause nearly 200 outages a year in Guam, costing $4.5 million each year in what they're doing in repairs. I mean, you can imagine what kind of havoc, lost productivity by the millions. And despite years of various attempts to control the brown tree snake, as of 2024, Guam's population of brown tree snakes is estimated to be in the millions. Sadly, it is highly unlikely that this invasive and destructive species will ever be fully eliminated from Guam. Thankfully, the snake does not yet exist in Hawaii or anywhere in the continental US, but that is not by accident or chance. It is because of the tireless work of federal employees from several agencies that has kept this snake out of Hawaii. Since the creation of the brown tree snake program nearly 20 years ago, not a single brown tree snake has been found in Hawaii because the program works. the federal investment in equipment, training, and hiring personnel works. Several agencies, including the Department of the Interior, the Department of Agriculture, and the Department of Defense, work together on the research, interdiction, and management of the brown tree snake. But the firing of just one individual who served as the brown tree snake program coordinator in Hawaii threatens to nullify all of that successful work. This individual was responsible for ensuring that biosecurity protocols were being followed and coordinating amongst the different agencies involved in the program. And he has been doing this for a number of years. He has the expertise to do this well, to keep this snake out of Hawaii. He oversaw the implementation of the brown tree snake program for the entire Pacific region. And as I give this speech today, his position, eliminated for no good reason by Musk and Trump, his position to this day remains vacant. And as we know, there is a hiring freeze imposed by the president also. So if he is not reinstated, the likely scenario will be that it will not be a matter of if brown tree snakes are introduced to Hawaii, but when. And let's be clear, if this snake makes it to Hawaii, I fear it is only a matter of time before it reaches the rest of our country. Trump and Elon Musk think they can just take a chainsaw to our federal workforce and budget, hacking away with no consequences. But in 10 years, when brown tree snakes have decimated Hawaii's ecosystem and wreaked havoc in other states across our country, it will obviously be too late. Mr. President, the brown tree snake is a real threat that Hawaii takes seriously. And in every state across our country, red and blue alike, there are federal workers doing critical, often unseen work to protect the health, safety, and well-being of our communities. Critical federal employees. Firing these employees will inevitably make our country and our communities less safe, less prosperous, and more vulnerable to outside threats, from foreign governments to invasive species and everything in between. I stand ready to work with anyone serious about making our government more efficient, but these cuts are having the opposite effect. I urge my Republican colleagues to join me in standing up for the critical federal programs in these states, in our states, and to the well-being of the American people. By rejecting this administration's attacks on our government and the people who keep it working and who protect our communities. Mr. President, I yield back. Absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President, I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President.
Senator Franco.
Here we go again. In just a little over 24 hours, federal funding will run out and the government will shut down. Let me state for the record, that my Republican colleagues and I are ready to get on with matters and ready to fund the government for the rest of this year. And we all know that the faster we move it over the finish line, the faster our federal government can get to work on behalf of the American people and implement the agenda that the American people elected us to get done. But after our Democratic friends had a nice long lunch on Capitol Hill yesterday, Senator Schumer took to the floor to announce that their caucus will not support funding the government because, as he put it, Republicans chose a partisan path. But here's what Senator Schumer is really saying. Democrats would rather shut down the government than pass the funding bill just to shift blame to Republicans for our current funding predicament. Democrats are going to shut down the government to protect the government. In the next 24 hours even, Democrats are planning to use the very same filibuster that they have opposed and tried to abolish to shut down the government. In the last administration, former Vice President Kamala Harris said that Joe Biden and the Democrats are, quote, kind of done with those archaic Senate rules, end quote. But here they are using those archaic Senate rules to shut down the government. There's nothing that could explain such a drastic change of heart among my Democratic colleagues other than rank hypocrisy. Democrats are quick to criticize Republican efforts to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in our bureaucracies on behalf of hardworking American taxpayers. Yet in the same breath, Democrats are fighting to withhold the paychecks of air traffic controllers, our troops, federal custodial staff. They can't be serious. The level of hypocrisy displayed by the minority leader and my Democratic colleagues is appalling to the office they hold and the constituents they serve. A government shutdown, of course, doesn't just affect the federal workforce. For instance, food inspectors would be forced to stop their work, interrupting our food supply chains. It's as if the Democrats are trying to finish Joe Biden's job of driving up prices at the grocery store. So let me remind everyone of why we are on the verge of a government shutdown. Just a few months ago, Senator Schumer and my Democratic colleagues held the majority here. During that time, Republicans joined with Democrats to vote 11 out of 12 government funding bills from committee. 11 out of 12. 6 of them were unanimous. The other 5 passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. That would seem to be a great accomplishment in a too often divided Washington. 11 out of 12 bills, 6 unanimous, 5 with overwhelming bipartisan support. But even though we had all those spending bills ready to go last summer on a bipartisan basis, then Majority Leader Schumer failed to bring a single bill to the floor from August through the end of last year. Not a single bill. Even though, yet let me say it again, 11 out of 12 passed out of committee, 6 were unanimous, and the other 5 were overwhelmingly bipartisan. Not a single one. Senator Schumer had 224 days to bring those bills to the floor for a vote. 224 days. What did we do instead? He chose to prioritize election year stunts, trying to distract voters from Joe Biden's disastrous border crisis. He had a vote on mandating government-funded fertility treatments for biological men, more important than funding the government. We also confirmed a whole host of unqualified Biden nominees you've never heard of for jobs you didn't know existed, not to mention a whole host of unqualified judges in states with 2 Democratic senators who couldn't have gotten confirmed for the first 4 years and were only jammed through in a lame duck session, when we also could have been passing those spending bills to fund the government so we wouldn't be in this position. Senator Schumer claims to care about the livelihoods of federal workers, but as leader, he seemed more preoccupied with putting on a big political show. And yet, here's Senator Schumer claiming that Republican partisanship is the reason for shutting down the government. Spare me. It continued this year. Since Republicans took over, he blocked negotiations that would have made this funding bill a bipartisan effort from the start. Senator Collins, the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, and Congressman Cole, the chair of the House Appropriations Committee, made multiple offers to their Democratic counterparts to negotiate on a bipartisan basis government funding bills just like we did last summer. But no, Senator Schumer blocked it time and time again until just a few days ago. Yet now, supposedly, the clock has run out. And he wants another 30 days. Another 30 days when he had 224 days last year to do this. When we've had over 60 days this year to negotiate on a bipartisan basis. No, the time for those negotiations has regrettably passed. It's time to finish last year's business and move on to this year's business. And Democrats have one last chance to join Republicans and support a simple year-long funding bill. Republicans invite and encourage our Democratic colleagues to join us in this effort to keep the government funded for the American people we all serve. Shutting our government down, as many of my Democratic colleagues are apparently considering, is not just some political stunt. There are real and consequential national security risks if they choose to go through with this reckless scheme. A government shutdown will disrupt military training and could force us to cancel planned exercises with our allies and partners. These are the very same alliances that Democrats claim to care so much about supporting and preserving. Furthermore, a shutdown will disrupt ongoing work to modernize our nuclear forces, which is already behind schedule. Any further delay could make this bad situation even worse. And the potential Schumer shutdown will hurt military preparedness by slowing recruiting, creating uncertainty in our defense supply chains, and impacting our ability to produce badly needed munitions. This is not the message of strength that we want to send to the allies we stand beside and the enemies we stand against. To my Democratic colleagues who still believe that shutting down the government is the principal choice, that you need to, again, it's hard for me to explain their position, shut down the government to protect the government, let me ask you simply, what does voting no accomplish? 6 months ago, Senator Schumer said, quote, "If the government shuts down, it will be average Americans who suffer most," end quote. That was Senator Schumer. What's happened in the last 6 months? Nothing, as far as I can tell, except who the American people elected to lead the government. So if the Schumer shutdown stunt is just a threat to get Republicans to agree to a fake short-term extension, that brings us right back to where we are now. Again, what's the point? The Democrats' hypocritical arguments reveal, once again, they're not serious about putting their duty to the American people above partisanship, pettiness, and pride. I invite them all to justify the Schumer shutdown to the parents who must postpone a trip to a national park with their children after months of saving and planning. Or explain your reasoning for the Schumer shutdown to the veteran who has already taken a day off work to sign up for health care at his regional benefits office, only to find it closed. Or defend the Schumer shutdown to the federal employee who puts all of her groceries on a credit card to make sure there's enough money left at the end of the month to cover her rent. My friends, we have two choices before us, and they're quite simple. Either keep the government open and working for the people, or shut it down to do what exactly, I don't know. I think we can all agree that the American people deserve better than a government that is a day late and a couple $billion short. So I encourage my Democratic colleagues, vote with us to simply fund the government. Let's not have a Schumer shutdown. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, as people all over this country understand, we are a nation today that faces enormous crises. Sadly, the continuing resolution passed Tuesday in the U.S. House, and which will come to this body very shortly, not only does nothing to address these crises, but in fact, it makes a bad situation much worse. Today, at a time when we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of this country, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. And what that means, Mr. President, I grew up in a family living paycheck to paycheck. It means that people are worried about how they're going to afford housing. What happens if their landlord raises the rent? People go to the grocery store and they see the high price of food and wonder how they're going to feed their kids. People are looking at the outrageous cost of childcare, but you need childcare if you're going to go to work. How can you afford childcare? Our health care system is dysfunctional. People worry about how they can afford health care if they are lucky enough to be able to find a doctor. That is the reality of what's going on in our country today. Rich are getting richer, working people are struggling, and 800,000 Americans are sleeping out in the streets. So given that reality, what does this bill do? The bill written by the right-wing extremists in the House of Representatives without any bipartisan discussion at all. What does this bill do? Well, let me count the ways that it makes the financial struggles of working people even more difficult than they are today. And it does all of that, Mr. President, to lay the groundwork for massive tax breaks for Elon Musk and the billionaire class. For a start, some 22% of our seniors in this country are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less, which to me is really quite incredible. I don't know how anybody, let alone a senior, survives on $15,000 a year or less. Half of our seniors are trying to survive on $30,000 a year or less. So what does the Trump-Musk administration do to address the terrible economic pressures on seniors all over America? Well, they got a brilliant idea. They illegally fire thousands of workers at the Social Security Administration with plans to cut that staff in half. Mr. President, in America today, 30,000 people die each year waiting to receive their Social Security disability benefits because of a grossly understaffed and under-resourced Social Security Administration. My office, and I expect your office, and I expect every other office, gets calls every day from seniors saying, I'm having a problem with Social Security. I can't make contact with the Social Security people. They're not getting back to me. And that is because today they are understaffed. If Musk and Trump get their way and the Social Security Administration staff is cut in half, nobody can deny that that is a death sentence for many thousands of seniors who desperately need their benefits. Now, Mr. Musk, who's worth a few $100 billion, may not understand that there are millions of seniors in this country who have nothing in the bank, worry every day how they're going to heat their homes or buy the food that they need. And if they can't get the benefits that they need, some of them will in fact die. And let me be clear, when you have Mr. Musk calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme, despite the fact that it has paid out every benefit owed to every eligible American for the last 80-plus years. That ain't no Ponzi scheme. When you have the President of the United States coming before Congress and lying, outrageously lying, about millions of people who are 150 or 200 years of age receiving Social Security benefits, a total lie. Everybody should understand what's going on. Trump and Musk are laying the groundwork for dismantling the most successful federal program in history, Social Security, a program that keeps over 27 million Americans out of poverty. And by the way, just to set the record straight, over 99% of the more than 70 million Social Security checks that go out each month are going to people who earned those benefits. Over 99%. People 150 or 500 years of age are not getting Social Security checks. But this continuing resolution passed in the House is not just a vicious attack on Social Security. It is an attack on the veterans of our nation, the men and women who put their lives on the line to defend our country. While we made some progress under the Biden administration in improving veterans' health care, the truth is that the VA has remained significantly understaffed. In the fourth quarter of 2024, there were 36,000 vacancies at the VA. We needed 2,400 more doctors, 6,300 more registered nurses, 3,400 more schedulers, 1,800 more social workers, and 1,200 more custodians. So what does the Trump administration and Mr. Musk do to address this very serious workforce shortage? Their answer is that they are threatening to dismantle the VA by firing 83,000 employees. In other words, you got a shortage today, and their solution to the shortage is to fire 83,000 workers. Not only does this CR do nothing to stop that, but it cuts more than $20 billion in funding needed to provide care for veterans exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic substances next year. Mr. President, pathetically, our nation, the richest country on earth, has the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on the planet, and that is often reflected in the crises facing many public schools today. Throughout America, children are coming into school hungry. Kids are coming into school with serious mental issues. Kids are coming into school from dysfunctional families often dealing with drug abuse. And what is the Trump-Musk administration doing about that crisis? Well, their response was interesting. Just the other day, they fired half of the staff at the Department of Education. That means that it will be far harder to administer the Title I program that helps 26 million low-income kids get the education they need and pays the salaries of some 180,000 public school teachers throughout the country. So how does a school in a working-class community survive if you don't get the funds to pay the teachers? Further, it means that it will be far harder to administer the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the IDEA, that provides vital resources for 7.5 million kids with disabilities. We have made progress in a bipartisan way over the last number of years to say to families that if your kid has a disability, that kid can still go to a public school. There will be services available for that kid. But when you cut the Department of Education staff here in Washington in half, that is going to be extremely difficult to do. And it means that it will be far harder for some 7 million low-income and working-class students to get the Pell Grants they need to get a higher education. In fact, just hours after the Department of Education laid off half of its staff, the website for the free application for federal student aid that working families use to apply for Pell Grants and other financial institutions crashed. Fired workers, the website crashed, people who are applying for Pell Grants. This CR that we will be looking at perhaps tomorrow gives the Trump administration the green light to make these horrific cuts to education. And it's not just education. Mr. President, we have a major health care crisis in our country. Despite spending twice as much per capita on health care as the people of any other major country, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Over 500,000 of our people go bankrupt because of medically related debt. Over 60,000 people die each year because they can't afford to get to a doctor on time. And our life expectancy is not only lower than almost any other major country, it is a system in which working class and low-income Americans die 7 years younger than wealthier Americans. So you got a crisis. People can't find a doctor. People are going bankrupt because of health care bills. And what does this CR do? Well, at a time when, in particular, our primary health care system is completely broken, when we don't have enough doctors or nurses or dentists or mental health counselors, this proposal cuts community health center funding by 3.2%, cuts the National Health Service Corps by over 5%, and cuts funding for teaching health centers, a program which helps train doctors in rural and underserved areas, by almost 13%. So in the midst of a horrific primary health care crisis in Vermont and all over rural America, this proposal will make it that much harder for people to get the health care that they desperately need. But it's not just health care. Everybody in this country, from Vermont to Los Angeles, understands we have a major housing crisis. And it's not just all of the homelessness we are seeing. Over 20 million of our people, incredibly, spend more than 50% of their limited income on housing. How in God's name do you pay for anything else? How do you buy food? How do you take care of health care if you're spending 50% or more for your housing? So, how does this CR address the housing crisis? Well, it does it by cutting rental assistance for low-income families in America by $700 million, which could lead to more than 32,000 families in our country being evicted from their homes. Well, that is a heck of a solution to the housing crisis. You make it much worse. But it's not just housing. I know that the president might disagree. He thinks that climate change is a hoax. The whole scientific community understands that it is an existential threat. They understand that the last 10 years have been the warmest ever recorded, and extreme weather disturbances and natural disasters have been taking place all over the world, from California to India, across Europe to North Carolina. So what does the CR do about the existential threat of climate change? It does not even specify funding levels within the Environmental Protection Agency. In other words, the administration could simply eliminate funding for climate change and environmental justice, and that would be consistent with this CR. And on top of all of this, the administration is already indicating that they will simply ignore the provisions of the spending bill they don't like. This week, it was reported that Vice President J.D. Vance said to the Senate Republican caucus, quote, "I want everyone to vote yes. The President under Section 2 will ensure allocations from Congress are not spent on things that harm the taxpayer." There's so much grift in Washington. Let's move the CR, get to reconciliation, and for Congress to pass appropriations. End of quote. In other words, what Vance is saying is, don't worry about what's actually in the bill. The Trump administration doesn't like it. They won't do it. And let's be clear. The House CR that was passed in an extremely partisan vote, I think they won by 3 or 4 votes, 1 Democrat out of 215 voted for it. The House CR and the Trump administration are doing everything they can to lay the groundwork for more tax breaks for billionaires, paid for by massive cuts to Medicaid, nutrition assistance, housing, and education. So you're looking at a 1-2 punch, a very bad CR, and then a reconciliation bill coming down, which will be the final kick in the teeth for the American people. This legislation that the Republicans are working on, the reconciliation bill, would cut taxes for billionaires in the top 1% by over $1.1 trillion over the next decade. According to a recent study, if all of Trump's so-called America First policies are enacted, the bottom 95% of Americans will see their taxes go up, while the richest 5% will see their taxes go down, way down. I should also mention that that reconciliation bill, which Republicans are working on right now, would also cut Medicaid by $880 billion. Tax breaks for billionaires, throwing low-income kids off of health care, decimating nursing homes all over America, because nursing homes receive 2/3 of their funding from Medicaid, making it harder for community health centers to survive, who provide health care to 32 million Americans, because 43% of their revenue comes from Medicaid. Cut Medicaid by $880 billion. You will significantly deteriorate the quality of health care all over America at a time when the system is already broken. Further, the reconciliation bill proposes to cut at least $230 billion from nutrition. Today, nearly 1 out of 5 kids in America rely on federal nutrition programs to keep them from going hungry. And I find it rather remarkable that the richest person on earth, somebody worth hundreds of billions of dollars, that he and his other oligarch friends are working night and day to cut programs for the working people of this country and to actually deny food to hungry kids in America. There is no world, no universe, no religion that would not believe that that is grossly immoral and unacceptable. You don't give tax breaks to the rich and take food away from hungry children. Mr. President, the House CR bill that we will be soon voting on here is a piece of legislation I cannot support. Instead, what the Senate must do is pass a 30-day CR so that all members of Congress, not just the House Republican leadership, can come together and produce a good piece of legislation that works for all Americans and not just the few. We have an opportunity now to serve the American people. We have an opportunity to write something that reflects what people in the Congress feel, what the people in America feel. Now, I go around the country, and just a couple of weeks ago, I held a telephone town hall in Vermont. We are a small state, Mr. President. We only have about 650,000 people. And yet on that telephone town hall, there was some 34,000 people listening in. That is a significant percentage of a small state. I have been in many parts of the country recently. I've been in Iowa. I have been in Wisconsin. I have been in Nebraska. I've been in Michigan. And what I can tell you with absolute certainty is whether people are conservative, whether they're Republican, whether they're progressive, whether they're moderate, independent, whatever they may be, there are very few people in this country who think we should give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the rich and cut back on Medicaid, education, and nutritional programs for hungry children. So, Mr. President, what I strongly propose is that we pass a 30-day CR, that we do what has always been the case here in the Senate, have both parties work together to come up with a good piece of legislation. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Ohio.
I ask that the previously scheduled roll call vote be scheduled immediately.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination.
Ayes? Thank you.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. King, no.
Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
The yeas are 54, the nays are 45, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the motion to invoke cloture on S331.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 18, S331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act and so forth, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is the sense of the Senate that the debate on S331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Betterman, Fisher, Gallego, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Kim, King, Langford, McConnell, McCormick, Murray, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Smith, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Hirono, Markey, Sanders, Schiff. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Schumer, aye.
The yeas are 84, the nays are 15. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the bill.
Counter number 18, S331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
Chair will recognize the Democratic leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, over the last 2 months, the United States has confronted a very bitter truth. The federal government has been taken over by a nihilist. Donald Trump, in 2 months, has taken a blowtorch to our country and wielded chaos like a weapon. Republicans in Congress, meanwhile, have caved to his every whim. The grand old party has devolved into a crowd of Trump sycophants and MAGA radicals who want to burn everything to the ground. Look no further than what DOJ is doing. Now Republicans' nihilism has brought us to the brink of disaster. Unless Congress acts, the federal government will shut down tomorrow at midnight. I have said many times there are no winners in a government shutdown. But there are certainly victims, the most vulnerable Americans, who rely on federal programs to feed their families, to access medical care, and to stay financially afloat. Communities that depend on government services to function will suffer, and suffer greatly. This week, Democrats offered a sensible way out. Fund the government for another month to give appropriators more time to do their jobs. Republicans rejected this proposal outright. Why did they reject it? Because Donald Trump doesn't want the appropriators to do their job. He wants full control over government spending. He isn't the first president who wants this, but he's the first president to cower his party into submission, so that Republican rejection leads us to a decision. That Republican rejection leads us to a decision. And it's not really a decision, it's a Hobson's choice. Either proceed with the bill before us or risk Donald Trump throwing America into the chaos of a shutdown. This, in my view, is no choice at all. While the CR bill is very bad, the potential for a shutdown has consequences for America that are much, much worse. For sure, the Republican bill is a terrible option. It is not a clean CR. It is deeply partisan. It doesn't address far too many of this country's needs. But I believe allowing Donald Trump to take even much more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option. And before I explain why, let me be clear about one thing. No one on my side of the aisle wants a government shutdown. Members who support this CR do not want a government shutdown. Members who oppose this CR do not want a government shutdown. Members who oppose this CR want the Republicans to take their responsibilities more seriously and to negotiate spending bills that will address the many needs of the American people. I respect them for that. Unfortunately, though, this Republican Party is the party of Trump. As bad as passing the CR is, as I said, allowing Donald Trump to take even much more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option. First, a shutdown would give Donald Trump and Elon Musk carte blanche to destroy vital government services at a significantly faster rate than they can right now. Under a shutdown, the Trump administration would have full authority to deem whole agencies, programs, and personnel non-essential, furloughing staff with no promise they would ever be rehired. The decision on what is essential would be solely left to the executive branch, with nobody left at the agencies to check them. In short, a shutdown would give Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Doge, and Vote the keys to the city, state, and country. A shutdown would give Donald Trump the keys to the city, the state, and the country. And don't take my word for it. Musk has said aloud he wants a shutdown, and public reporting has shown he is already making plans to use the shutdown to expedite his destruction of key government programs and services. Musk told reporters, if the job is not essential or they are not doing it well, they obviously shouldn't be on the public payroll. Many federal employees and government experts are rightly worried that a temporary shutdown could lead to permanent cuts. Third, or second, really. Second, if we enter a shutdown, congressional Republicans would weaponize their majorities to cherry-pick which parts of the government to reopen. In a protracted shutdown, House and Senate Republicans would pursue a strategy of bills to the floor and pursue a strategy of bringing bills to the floor to reopen only their favorite departments and agencies, while leaving other vital services that they don't like to languish. Third, the shutdown is not a political game. Shutdown means real pain for American families. For example, veteran services. I believe a shutdown could cause regional VA offices to reduce staff, delay benefit processing, and curtail mental health services, abandoning veterans who earned and depended on those resources. Social Security and seniors. I believe a shutdown could greenlight Trump to slash administrative staff at Social Security offices, delaying new applications, benefit adjustments, and forcing seniors to wait even longer for the benefits they've earned. Justice and courts. Extremely troubling, I believe. A shutdown could stall federal court cases, one of the best redoubts against Trump's lawlessness. It could require to furlough critical staff at the courts, denying victims and defendants alike their day in court, dragging out appeals, and clogging the justice system for months or even years. This administration has shown an unfathomable willingness to sacrifice American families and their well-being to advance their own political agenda. A shutdown positions them to do this on overdrive. Finally, there is one more reason I oppose a shutdown. President Trump and Republican leaders would like nothing more than to pull us into the mud of a protracted government shutdown. For Donald Trump, a shutdown would be a gift. It would be the best distraction he could ask for from his awful agenda. Right now, Donald Trump owns the chaos in the government. He owns the chaos in the stock market. He owns the damage happening to our economy from one end of the country to the other. The stock market is crashing. Consumer confidence is plummeting. Donald Trump is hoping for a shutdown because it will distract from his true agenda, delivering massive cuts to the rich, paid for on the backs of American families. He wants to gut Social Security, hollow out Medicaid, slap taxes on consumer goods through his reckless trade wars. In a shutdown, we would be busy fighting with Republicans over which agencies to reopen, which to keep closed, instead of debating the damage Donald Trump's agenda is causing the American people. Mr. President, I believe it is my job to make the best choice for the country to minimize the harms to the American people. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open and not shut it down. There is nobody in the world, nobody, who wants to shut the government down more than Donald Trump and more than Elon Musk. We should not give it to them. And make no mistake, Democrats will continue to fight what Donald Trump is doing. Everything that Trump, Musk, and Republicans have done so far has a clear goal. Again, cutting taxes for billionaires, eviscerate Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. This is the fight that matters most, and the fight we must focus on. All the chaos we have seen, all the lawlessness, all the grift and corrupt behavior. It's all about rigging the system in favor of the ultra-wealthy at the expense of working Americans. This is the fight the American people need to see. This is the fight that Democrats will win. A shutdown will be a costly distraction from this all-important fight. I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, today I rise to celebrate the birthday of someone very special. My grandmother, Lyra Baker Boyd, who I call Mama. Today, she turns 100 years old. She's such an incredible woman. I think about the memories over my lifetime. I think about the impact she's had on me and my cousins, on people all around her who have the honor of knowing her. Some of my earliest memories are that of her kindness and gentleness, her teaching me how to treat others. I remember sitting at her kitchen table as my grandfather was going over different Bible verses before church on Sunday morning. She'd make oatmeal. We'd get blueberries out of her garden. She'd make scrambled eggs, pouring milk in them to make them go a little bit further. Making sure we used our best manners at the table, and then sending us off to conquer the day. There's no doubt she had a passion for leaving everyone and every place that she encountered better as a result of her. Those values that she has, those values of service, they started so early in her life. Mama graduated high school at the height of the Second World War. and she dreamed of serving our country overseas. As we know, women weren't allowed to enlist in combat roles at that time. So she embarked on a different pathway to serve. She became a nurse. It was 1943 when she enrolled at what was then the Hillman Hospital School of Nursing. It later became Jefferson Hillman, and it is now right at the center of the University of Alabama at Birmingham's medical campus. Mama was ready to ship out to Europe to tend to our wounded soldiers, but V-Day actually came right before she graduated. So, still wanting to serve her fellow Americans in some way, she moved to Enterprise, Alabama. I'm proud to call that my hometown. And she began her 40-year nursing career. In the early 50s, during the Korean War, her husband, my papa, as I call him, was among the brave soldiers defending our ally from communist invasion. Mama and her sisters moved to Seattle during the time. She moved to live with her sister there, and she worked as a registered nurse. During her time in the Pacific Northwest, she never lost her Southern roots. Her colleagues even called her Magnolia. They said it was clear that she held Alabama dear. Ultimately, she and Papa made their way back down to the Yellowhammer State as Mama worked as a labor and delivery nurse until she retired. Both she and Papa's life are emblematic of their generation, rooted in unselfishness, unselfish service to our great country. They personified what JFK said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." Mama helped teach that to my entire family. She wanted us to know that life wasn't always about us. She makes sure in every conversation that we understand that there is a greater purpose and a higher calling to which we must answer, and in service to which we must all work. We all have a responsibility to put our God, our family, our friends, and our country above our own personal interest. And there is nobody who embodies that better than my grandmother. That service to our communities and our nation can take many shapes and forms. For both of my grandfathers, it was military service. For others in my family, it has been protecting their fellow Americans as law enforcement officers or firefighters. For me, it is the honor to stand and serve in this body. And for Mama, it was helping bring life into this world, helping new moms, and nursing people back from sickness. Above all, what Mama has taught me is that you must use your post, whatever it is in life, to make a difference in the lives around you. We are all called to serve. We're all called to be in the arena. Everyone's service is different, but no one's is less important. It's about striving to do better, to be better, and to leave this world better than we found it. So thank you, Mama, for being a guiding light throughout the course of my life. On behalf of my aunts and uncles, cousins, and Mama's families and friends, we say happy 100th birthday. We love you dearly, Mama. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, this is a theme that I've been speaking of, which affects states across the nation, which is the National Flood Insurance Program and the threat that it might lapse and the inability of families to be able to afford. Why are flood insurance premiums so high, you might ask? Flood insurance premiums have skyrocketed across the country due to FEMA's new risk assessment system, Risk Rating 2.0. At the heart of the problem with Risk Rating 2.0 is that with much higher premiums, people will quickly be unable to afford coverage and just drop their policies. It's well known in the insurance actuarial world that when you increase a policy by a certain percent, there's going to be another percent of people who just drop their coverage. And that means that the pool of policyholders shrinks and the program enters into what is called actuarial death spiral, which is to say that the risk, instead of being spread out over many, is concentrated in increasingly fewer people, driving up their premiums even that much more, therefore more people drop. If we do nothing, the National Flood Insurance Program will collapse. This is important. The National Flood Insurance Program covers 4.7 American homes across the country. Now, clearly, I'm concerned about Louisiana. That's my state. But it's not just Louisiana or even just a coastal issue. Look at a map of those affected. Have been hit the hardest by flooding. They've all had at least $1 billion in claims from the National Flood Insurance Program. So Missouri, inland, has had over $1 billion in claim from the National Flood Insurance Program. My home state of Louisiana, but just go around and you can see California, Hawaii, all with this issue. Now, though, 44 states have had at least $50 million worth of claims, and those would be in the kind of mustard color. And so here you see, again, inland states, not coastal, inland, having problems with flooding. When we say a problem with flooding, we mean there is a family that has lost their possessions, they've lost their home, and now they don't know where to go. That's what we mean with a problem with flooding. My message to my colleagues representing states that rely on the National Flood Insurance Program is let's find a way forward. One day, the National Flood Insurance Program will lapse if we fail to act. Now, we are going to, in this CR, do a temporary extension. I would ask that we actually have a reauthorization and reform of the National Flood Insurance Program before it's too late. Now, by the way, a short-term extension, better than nothing. I thank the Speaker Johnson and the House for including a short-term extension, but if that's the only option, let's take that option. However, I'm working on a longer reauthorization so that National Flood Insurance Program is not thrown into a legal purgatory every year, or even sometimes multiple times a year. Today, I introduced a bill to fully reauthorize the National Flood Insurance Program for this year and for next year. 4.7 million homeowners across the country deserve that little bit of certainty, and it does not seem like asking too much. Imagine if your homeowners or life insurance was subject to lapsing every year if Congress couldn't get their act together. Well, for families living in communities where the NFIP is the only option for flood insurance program, this would be unsettling. In less than 10 years, in the past 10 years, Congress has passed 32 short-term National Flood Insurance Program extensions. The vote we're taking tomorrow will be the 33rd short-term extension. American families holding their breath 33 times. Families need stability, businesses need stability. This is the absence of stability. This is a yin and a yang. Congress needs to reauthorize this for an extended period of time. Let's make flood insurance affordable again. I will keep working to do that. I am pleased that the flood insurance program will survive the weekend, but we need to make it survive long term. Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following be entered separately into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, 74,000 people died of fentanyl and fentanyl analogs in 2023. Everyone in this chamber, everyone watching from home, knows of someone who has died of a fentanyl overdose. If you watch the Super Bowl, 74,000 is more people than were in the New Orleans Superdome. Now, they didn't just occur in a border state or in my state or your state. They occurred across the country. Every state is a border state when it comes to fentanyl flooding our country. Everyone feels the effect of the 50,000 pounds of fentanyl pouring across the open southern border or through the mail over the last couple years. 50,000 pounds is enough to produce over 2 billion lethal doses, enough to kill everyone in the country 6 times over. I was just told by a friend about the DEA Museum just outside of Washington, D.C. It has a new exhibit, The Faces of Fentanyl. You see walls covered with thousands of photographs of Americans, many of them young, who have died from an overdose. And when you see the pictures on these walls, you can't see them, but you know the presence of parents, brothers, sisters, friends, cousins, aunts, uncles, devastated when that person on the wall died. When they heard the news that their loved one had bought a pill online or from somebody that they happened to know, and perhaps they thought it was something else, perhaps they didn't know the potency, but nonetheless, when they took it, they died. The pain of this for so many people is why I urge my colleagues to join me in passing the Halt Fentanyl Act to enable law enforcement, to help law enforcement stop the criminals poisoning our fellow Americans. What does the Halt Fentanyl Act do? It makes permanent the Schedule I classification of fentanyl and fentanyl analogs. What's a fentanyl analog? I'm a doctor, so I'm going to speak a little bit like a doctor. An analog is fentanyl, which is illegal, except they change it just enough so that when they change it, technically it would not be illegal. Yes, it looks like fentanyl, it addicts like fentanyl, it can kill like fentanyl, but because of a minor modification, it's not actually fentanyl. But it still has the same terrible, addictive, deadly effect of the actual thing. This still has the ability to take our loved ones from us. So, how do we stop that? We say that if it's either fentanyl or a fentanyl analog, that it is banned. And if you are illegally in possession of this, if you are selling it to other people, then law enforcement has a right to arrest you. And this bill makes the Schedule I classification, Schedule I meaning it's illegal to have, permanent. So aside from closing a loophole that criminals use to skirt around the law, we also strengthen the penalty for those who possess the fentanyl analog, and again, make it easier for law enforcement to prosecute. This isn't controversial. This is bipartisan. The need is there. We've been doing this on a temporary basis, but now we're going to make it permanent. Law enforcement will keep the most vital tool they have to hold fentanyl dealers accountable and to go after criminals. The bill also makes it easier to research fentanyl analogs to determine if they actually have a medical use. It's possible that one of these analogs is better than the real thing. And fentanyl does have, when prescribed by a physician appropriately, valid medical use. So maybe one of these analogs is useful. We allow research into that, while at the same time we are giving law enforcement the ability to prosecute if it's used for things such as creating addiction. President Trump has said he would sign this if we passed it. I am working to get this bill to his desk. I'd like to thank my colleague from Iowa, Senator Grassley, the Judiciary Committee Chairman, for moving this bill through his committee so quickly, and to the Majority Leader for bringing this bill up for a vote. I also want to thank my colleague from Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, for his work on this issue. I also thank Martin Heinrich from New Mexico, who this has really cared about this issue, and Senator Heinrich has pushed this on a bipartisan basis. The longer we wait, the more it emboldens drug cartels, people in China who mail this through, who either send supplies to Mexico or mail the fentanyl itself through the mail, and other criminals who look to exploit our communities. We can take a concrete step in fighting the opioid crisis with the Halt Fentanyl Act. Republicans are united, This is a bipartisan bill. The country is united. Let's bring that 74,000 fentanyl death toll down to zero. I'll never yield in this fight, but for now, I do yield the floor.
10 minutes each.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to SRES 72.
Clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 72, affirming that Hamas cannot retain any political or military control in the Gaza Strip.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22 and at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with Democrat Leader on Friday, March 14th, the Senate resume consideration of Calendar 18 S331. Further, that all post-cloture time on the bill be expired and the Grassley Amendment number 1237 be withdrawn. Further, that the bill be read a third time and the Senate vote on passage of the bill. Finally, if passed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Friday, March 14th, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved today, at the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of calendar number 35. Further, at 10:45 a.m., the Senate vote on cloture on the Feinberg nomination, and if cloture is invoked, the post-cloture time expire at 1:15, and the Senate vote on the confirmation of the Feinberg nomination. Further, that the Senate then resume consideration of calendar number 18, S331, as under the previous order, and following disposition of the bill, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to calendar number 26, H.R. 1968. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Friday's sessions, the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.